All right, good morning. Sort of. No, I'm not awake, even though I've been up for 2 hours. Getting things sorted out here. Our first goal, which is a work in progress, is getting a hybrid tube from base out to oil power and aluminum. Come on. All right, there's a power pole here somewhere. I need this. Yeah, that should work. Not pipeline. Yes. Haha. Now where? We need to go really straight south from here. So really from here, we want to go up. How do we want to go about that? How interesting do we want to make this? Or perhaps a more accurate, better question would be how crazy do we want to make this? Let's first see if this even works. We need to gotta go this way. Let's see how this works so far. So far, so good. Nice. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I like. Very nice. Very nice. Alright, so from here, where am I going? Right, straight up that way. I know there's a way to attach to there. I've done it before, but it doesn't seem to want to work at the moment. So, which isn't news. another Mercer sphere? Really? I thought I had everything in this area. Alright, from here. There's no way we're going to get all the way across the water. Don't particularly want to go up. How far can we get? Actual problem won't be where can we get to. The problem will be I figures I put that one right in the path. Okay, you need to come through here. And go somewhere right there. Where do we want you to end up? I think we would like to drop here. Drop right there. And that'll line to aluminum there. this one. We can reach out to about where that power line is. From this one, wherever it is, we can't reach the power pole. So we're going to come out to the shore. Just to set our target angle, basically. I'm going to do this. Do. That's the problem. See, now it snaps, and we want halfway in between those directions. I don't suppose they have to. Let's try that. Going from there. Seriously? Okay. Where am I connected to? That's why. Really? Yeah, let's put a sign on here. I think maybe we'll put a proper sign on here. Also put one on here. See how this works. Nice. A little bit of a pause there. That booster works beautifully. Absolutely amazing. Haha. And then I can go right over to aluminum. Coolness. Okay, we can remove our extra power lines here then. Whoops. All right, let's check how this is doing. Looks good. Stuff is moving. No obvious issues. Okay, so we start doing math. Horrors. Not worried about you. Let's grab you. And I can already tell there's going to be issues today. I'm going to take a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. More worms. Blast power. Well, I wasn't planning on aiming at a tree, but apparently some things are a little more powerful than planned. Alright, let's finish this. Oh, come on, go to Zoop mode. Why can't you default to Zoop? Okay, so we got 4 lines coming in here, which are top and bottom are 150, totaling 300. Bottom is the second one up is 300, and the third one up is 480 at the moment. It can go to 600, except we don't have 600 belts. So we need to range accommodation of, well, ultimately we need to range a total accommodation of 2 600 supplies. Okay. So if those are going to come in this area, what do we need in terms of refineries? Solution, we want to handle so I need 5 of these on the side. Crap. I'm going to have to build for adjustment later, which is going to make things very interesting. So we still need 5 of these on the side. Okay. I'm just going to need more water. So, how are we going to put these? What does my space look like? Put one of these out here. Oh, that's something else. Where's my side? Where? Come on, fly. Where's my edge over here? Do I want to bring it over any further or not? Let me get into the power line too. I think we'll stick with that because I'm going to need to put some water things over there somewhere. I need don't want them clipping into my... looks like I'll just barely be clear. But I think we're going to call this our edge. With that in mind, we've got our primary tower over here. There's a tower over there. Dun, 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 dun. I was looking for where I can drop power lines nicely. Missing motors, go figure. Of course that would be something. Thought motors were into storage, but apparently not. Either that or they got discontinued somewhere. And this is why we took the time to build the tube. Okay. Motors. Why are we not building motors? We have rotors sitting right there. All of them you want. What are you complaining about? You have power. You have rotors. I'm guessing that there is something besides a rotor stuck in front of that. But of course, I can only pick up the rotor. Ha! Got it. And now, in the interests of expediting things, we'll crank you up using the only two doublers I have handy. I need those. Actually, I don't. I'm going to reclaim those for the time being. There's more somewhere around here. Where are they hiding out? We just put those in. Take you, we put you in last night, don't need you now. We'll leave you guys in there. How about you? Shouldn't be any over here, but okay. Nice. dump a couple things out of inventory while we're here. There. A couple of shards out of that. Oh, still had shards from last night. Cool. Okay, where's my tube? Okay, what we're going to do is grab power, we're going to go there. We're just going to go every other one for the moment. Which is probably wrong. Let's see how far that reaches. That's what I thought. Go away, buddy. And what we're running now is just to give me flying power. That's why we're doing it on the underside. This will not be our ultimate power grid. This also will allow me to expand the concrete without having to move power. Crap. They made it where you can almost reach the extent of the next node, but not quite. And we're actually going to take this down and go from there to there, and from there out to there. Alright, that should let's take a line from here and go out here in the middle somewhere. And that should give me power over the entire space. Or maybe not. Just barely. Okay. See how many of these we can build. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Oh. This is going to be interesting. Oh boy, this is going to be real interesting. Oh crap, maybe I can. And I have the underneath to use. this could be cool. Okay. So we have $150 on the bottom, 300 above it. Let's see, 150, 300, 450 now, 600 available when I have the belt, and 150. Dude. The dude either spawned right under me or came up and gave me a random nudge. Interesting. Okay, these want... Hey, come on, interact. What do I gotta do? Kiss you to get you to interact? You want 120. But 120 doesn't... How do I make these belts? Let's see, we're going to have splitters. Can I put another one over here? Technically, yes. But no. Okay. So I need to feed. We got 5 on the side. Okay. So if I feed... I feed 150. On each end and 300 in the middle. keep it balanced. And then the 450 line can all go from one end. Even though that's only going to feed part of the line. Question becomes, partial line is going to be on this side. Well, this is shooting right through the middle. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the middle. So we're going to go here, here, splitters will be, oh crap, splitter, but yeah. So this will be a merger. This will be a merger. And on this side, these will just be splitters. I don't need one there. But I'm going to put one just because. And then this side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Get some signs here. Wish we could put a custom default here. Layout. And then this one is 300. Now this we need Mark 4. Each machine is taking 120, so Mark 2. in between these, it's still going to need to be marked too. Because it's 300, this will split, and once it's balanced out, it'll be 120 there and 30 here. This will be 100 each direction. That doesn't work. 5 times 120 is 600. 150, 150, and 300 is 600. If I take 120 off of this, that leaves 30 going over here. This will be 120 once everything's balanced out of the middle. Leaving 180 split to either side, which is 90. 90 plus the 30 is 120. Okay. Okay, so Mark II will do fine for those. I know I don't need Mark IV all the way down, but just be consistent. Now, I need labels on these. How do I get signs on these? That might be a little bit large. The way to put signs on here is to do that. Then do one there, and then one there, and one there, and one there. Now those are 150. This one is 300. And this one is 450. What on earth? Excuse me. The stream can hear the leaf blower outside. We have snow coming, anywhere from 3 to 14 inches. Yesterday, we had only a few leaves on the ground, but a couple of our trees had most of their leaves left. The tree on the other end of this building, all of the leaves have since yesterday come off the tree. And so before the snow flies, our maintenance guy is trying to do a little bit of cleanup. Excuse me a minute. I hope that's not too loud on the stream. Sometimes this mic picks up everything, and sometimes it won't leave. It barely picks up me. Yeah. I mean, this guy does not look very happy. Okay, so we want, and it sounds so loud because it's literally right outside my window. These we're going to make our mark 4 for consistency. The top and bottom lines need to go so this one down there. I think what we're going to do, so everything can come in from the side. Is this. And probably, yeah, we're going to need to do this one that way too. Now the question is going to be, will it reach all the way down? No. Why does that not surprise me? Okay, so this line has to go here, period. Convenience says the 150 line on top goes there. It clips a little. That's not fair. And I'm guessing from what I saw a minute ago that okay, I got a phone call, 1 minute. Okay, I'm going to be out for between 5 and 10 minutes. I will be back shortly. Well, as I said, today will be an interesting day. I had to go talk to the apartment manager. Alrighty. And now I'm going to have my mouth full of food. But we are trying to get belts hooked up that don't have the reach. Should be able to rotate that. Why can't I rotate it? There we go. Get that down by 4. Then I should be able to drop a couple of wall mounts on here like that, I think. So we want this one to come down 1, 2, which should line up with that. And that should stretch. Seriously? What is it with this game? You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me every freaking time. Every freaking time. Every freaking time. No, I'm not annoyed at all. Just don't mind me. It's fine. I'm not even slightly annoyed. Nope. Nope, not annoyed at all. Doesn't annoy me at all. Okay, and wall mounts going there and to there. Should be to there, and then this one. Two, 1, 2. Then make sure that's left 4. And then mark 4. Except we want both of these going the other way. So top one goes here. The bottom one goes here. Yeah, that doesn't look bad at all. Actually, it looks rather cool. Would have been a little better if the belt order was slightly different, but it is what it is. I could go out and change it, but and I might later, but this is cool. Okay, so we've got our inputs. And not only that, but this 450 is not going to feed all these machines. However, let's see, how many will it feed, and then I'll just tone down the last ones. $450 will do. We'll just turn the last one off, and this one will be let's see, first this one would make a 460, so I need this to just consume 110. And that'll keep it running at 100% of prescribed power for the time being. From there, if I'm thinking right, okay, from there we have water cycling. Let's see, these are going to have water going into them. Right? These need the water. Yes. To make that happen, almost need to have let's make sure the pipes will bend first. If we noodle them, okay. Life goes on. This is going to be, this is already an interesting day. And it's going to keep being interesting. Let's see. We need to get water in here. The thing is, if I do this right, we will have all the water we need from these. Now, how far up do these need to be? We're going to try that for starters, and let's see how that works. Except that you are doing scrap. Now you're going to crap out 120 of water, but you want 180. You're crapping 120 solution. You want 240 solution. Oh, shite. So that would be 2 to 1. Oh, shit. Didn't think about that one. Also need coal. I did not think about coal. Oh, look. A handy coal node. How convenient. Where is that? That is just up over on top of there. Cool. We can work with that. That's doable. Let's go have a look over here. Interesting. Oh, stay close to the power. Okay, so we have nuclear waste area up here. Okay, so I have been up in the red forest area here somewhere, I don't know where, but this particular area doesn't look familiar, but I've only been up in here briefly. Where's that coal node? Out here more. Power. What is it, up on top of there? Oh, it's right here in front of me. I love how they blend things into the terrain. I really do. It's in plain sight, but easily missed if you're not actually looking for it. We'll just put it there. Okay, so we want to grab that, drop it over the cliff here. Run it underneath oil. Okay, how do we want to go about all that? Like that to start with. Hey, buddy. My territory. Go away. You just really like this coal node, don't you? I'd love to know how they program these things as far as their AI require. Was that one too much for you? Okay. So we don't need to do anything fancy. We just need to drop a machine on it. And I need more power over here. Power off of this one. Drop it on here. If we're looking straight down, where is it going to drop off the cliff here? It's going to drop onto that platform. Just inside of that, okay? So it's going to drop right there. From there, we'll just have to come out again. We'll go from there to a point down here and drop off of this. In theory. Okay, for starters, we put a miner on there, point it this way, and this will be, we'll probably have to overclock it, but that'll do for now. And we can upgrade belts later if we know how much we need. So we'll just put a belt on it, and that's not a belt. A belt. So we want to go somewhere right here. We don't want to clip, however. In the interests of not clipping, perfect. Excellent. Oh, come on, really? Really? Bite me. Although, no, that's what it's going to be. But this has to go up higher. Now that's funny. I can manually put a stand on that, but it won't automatically put a stand on it. That's inconsistent. What? Satisfactory? Inconsistent? No. No. Heresy. Vulgar heresy. Okay, now from here, we need to come out here somewhere. It doesn't really matter where. We want to go that way though. I want to run right in between there. So we want to come up we want to come up right there-ish. It won't let me lock it in place and move it. That doesn't help any. That'll do. Yeah, not quite like that. Does not make me happy, but okay, so we need to, if I want to go through there, then I want to go just to the side of that, which is right in line with this. See, right now I can't hit any of the hotkeys. Or maybe I can. It's just keeps changing my hotbar. I hate that. Oh well. No. We're gonna have to come down here, and then we're gonna have to come up here on the hill. Where are we coming through here? Where are we coming through? We're coming through here, which means I misaimed that one. So we're aiming through here. Nice. And that little segment is simply to get past that rock. Now, we want to do that, ideally, I think. That's kind of off of where we got. So we're going to try that. How's that look? I mean, I can always nuke a couple trees, but I don't like to do that. Will it reach? Sweet. Tell me I counted this wrong. I did. That should go one more box, which is important at the moment. That should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It should reach there. And from there, it should reach the edge. And from there, it'll reach the edge of the other platform. No? Seriously? What is this deal? This is not satisfactory. I'm thinking of it just for consistency. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. So we need to put a pole out here somewhere in the middle, like on the beach right there maybe, and we need to make sure it's lined up correctly. So do. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yep, right here on the beach. Let's put a small pillar. In theory, that is perfect to put that on, and then is that up? It is. Just not up enough, but that's actually fine. Yeah, let's put another one on top of here. See how that goes. That couldn't be better. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Now that's going to need to go in here, actually, ultimately. But that's okay, we can do that. Now, so we're going to have $120 solution, $240 solution, so 2 to 1. And you're crapping only 120 water. And we got 2 of them wanting 180 water. How in crap did I do that on the other server? Somehow I balanced it on the other server. So that but I think it was 3 to 1 that I had set up. And of course I didn't write it down. Did I? No. Oh, might have to open the other machine, other server. How did I do that? We're gonna do an experiment here. Figure out how I did the numbers before. We had crap, I have 3. It was a 3-to-1. I think. Yes. It was doggone, what direction was it? Water was on the bottom. Solution was on the top. Solution came over that way. Something had to bend. What was bent, funny? Alright, we're going to go to the other server for a minute. So we're going to stop this and go see how I did it on the other world. So I'll be right back after I switch worlds. Okay, we're back. Maybe. Are we back? Well, I'm back. Do we have... There we go. Okay, so for reference, we are in a different world for the moment. Looking at how I did my other... How did I balance the other... Where's my notebook? I can write this down. Find a notebook with a clean page. Alright, so we have one machine doing solution. That is completely doubled. So we have bauxite of 300 and water of 450 in. Solution 600 out. Silica 250. And then we have 3 machines which are actually downclocked. That explains it. Down and half doubled. Okay, so then we have 3 of these, which are the scrap. We are overclocked to 83.3. We're downclocked, and we're taking solution at 200. So we're splitting that 600 solution out of the other one by 3 ways, and we're taking coal at 100. And we're crapping 450 scrap and 150 water, which with 3 of these is making the 450 water needed by the other one. Problem here is I do not have anywhere near enough sloops to make this work. See, this does not need any additional water input. I had to feed it water to start with from here, but once it was up and running, these output 150 each for 450 water, which this is what this wants. So it just cycles the water back and forth, and that water is this right here. And I didn't need to paint those lines. Well, I'm not going to save this, so. But yeah, that's the other scrap setup. But that's just an insane amount of scrap. That's what, 1350 scrap output per minute goes into this mess. Actually, that's very well organized to process all of it, and currently, because nothing's being used, it's all going into, I don't even want to look at how many tickets are in here. Oh, I must have grabbed tickets before I saved it last time. There's ungodly amount of tickets in there. Let's see what the inventory has. Yeah, I got lots of tickets. And everything's bought in the, I think we've got everything bought. But this is processing everything that comes out of there. It's capable of processing it and turning it into the different elements on the fly. We've got all the elements being made here, all the different cooler whatever being made here. There's the rest of the plant over there, all the spaghetti. But anyways, we're here to look at this. Now we're going to back out of here. Yeah, so if you saw my comment, I logged out to switch over to that world, and I couldn't log back in because Satisfactory had done an update. So I was out for what, 5 minutes waiting for Satisfactory to download new updates, and I had to cycle the server as well to let it load updates. So back on the regular server, figure out how in heck, so how much coal do you want? Even at basic, you want 120. I do believe I'm going to need more coal than that one node. Because even overclocked, that one node is only going to run 3 machines. Not even that, because at full overclock, that's going to run 300. That's going to run 2.5 machines. More coal? That was something that I did not contemplate. I could steal some coal from here. Wait a minute. Yeah, that one there. No. One of these isn't being used because I'm using those two. Wait a minute. I'm using those two for the power. This one is going over to sulfur. And this one is going to back to main base for steel. So I can't really steal any of those. Where do I get more coal? I did not think about coal. There's got to be more coal here somewhere. Okay, so do I have motors going into... I do not have motors going... Yes, I do. And we have some motors. Good. Let's see if I can build... I need crystal, but I can do crystals. Need to build another radar tower. Let's build us a crafting bench. Let's build some oscillators. There, that used up the crystal I had in my pocket. That'll do for the moment. Let us drop. Let us find a place to drop. We're going to drop a radar tower right over here. So we have a coal there, still not nearly enough, and a coal way the crap over there. Minor issues here. Well, we're definitely going to need that. So that's straight south of me. So that's somewhere up there on the cliff over there. We're going to have to go back over here and see if I can't snipe some of that coal, I guess. Interesting. This is indeed going to be interesting. This is making me wonder whether there is more coal down here that would have made, had I thought about it, would have made this a better building place for all of that bauxite. answer is no. Good heavens. Okay, so this is going to be very interesting. Wow, okay. So I just took a quick look at the regular map with everything available. Yeah, there ain't no other coal. Yeah. The next coal is 3 counties over, basically. Oh, and that's impure. Yeah, This is gonna suck. So I've got the impure over here. Yeah, there's, where are they? There's 4 impures over here in this area. So, I mean, kind of make it better to build down here, but they're impure. So that's a total of 600 with all 4 of them overclocked. We'll worry about that after we get the rest of this built. And we'll just try to minimize how many of these we need. At the moment we need 6 of them. And a lot of external water. Because I have 10 sloops I can use. And I have 10 machines. Alright, I think I said 6. I need 5 of these. The way it is at the moment. If I, let's see, these are crapping 120 aluminum, this wants 240 aluminum, that means I need to either fully double this, either by overclocking, which I'm not going to do, because these are, let's see, if I were to take and double these, that gives me a 1-to-1. It means I only need half of these. But it doesn't change my water need, my ultimate water need at all. It doesn't give me, it doesn't change anything from doing it single, other than I need half the machines, but it could draw a lot more power overall too. So it's probably better power-wise to just do the 2 machines. What changes things is using the sloops. This is where this could make a difference. If I were to overclock these, then I only need 5 machines. That gives me enough to put 1 sloop in every machine. Nope, I only want 1 sloop. this would give me $360 solution. Which would set that. Okay, that would be 270 water out. And an unfreaking godly amount of scrap. I still need excess water. That's not a problem. Here's the other problem. So this is one, doing it this way would be 1-to-1 on the machines. So I could cut out 5 of the first row machines. But this way also means that I need a lot, even more coal, because we're overclocking this machine. That's 180 times 5. That is where's my calculator? 180 times 5. Yes, I know there's 1 built in, but then you gotta leave this screen. That means I need 900 coal. What I currently, well, I guess I need to, what I currently have available is 300 coal there. 300 coal there. That's fully overclocked. If I would have to take this entire normal node of coal. You know what? We might be able to do this. And oh my God, how much, oh, this would, okay. Holy bananas. Okay, so we would want 360 each of water. We're not worried about getting water. This doesn't make it so my water is balanced, but I still need the external water. But holy bananas, how much scrap we're going to get out of this. So we got 360 aluminum here out. Set this up, we got 360 here. We're going to crap 270 water out of this. We're still short, so we're still not solving that problem because I don't have enough sloops. I would have to completely double this. If I had the extra sloops to completely double this, then we would not need any additional water, and holy bejeebers. In fact, I think I'm going to set this up this way. I'm going to set everything up to handle that much, so I can add the sloops to this later. But at the moment, we're going to work with just one. That also means I'm going to have to completely redo this. We're doing aluminum, and we're trying to figure out the ungodly math. Actually, we're trying to figure out where we are going to find sufficient coal to feed the machines. So right now we have this much bauxite coming in. That's how much each belt. This particular belt, I only have 450 belts, Mark IV belts, but the mine it's coming from will do 600. So with what's there, I'm feeding these 5 machines, those 5 machines, with the 2 150s and the 300 for a total of 600, which is what 5 of these machines want at 120 each. And then the 450 line, which once I get higher belts will become 600, is feeding these other 5 machines. Right now the last one is shut off because I can't feed it. However, we have just been considering alternate math. Ooh. Okay. The alternate. I can't double belt from the mine. You can't. I still can't feed the splitter to. I still only have the 450 between the miner and the splitter. It's not going to get me to that 600. I'd still only have 450 max out of the miner until I get the higher belt. Yep, no worries. It's something everyone thinks of. Been there, done that. It's also something that annoys everybody. Well, for bauxite or coal, bauxite we're good. I'm not worried about. And no, there's no other bauxite near. I'm not worried about that shortage of bauxite for the moment. I'll get the next tier of belts eventually, and then we'll just turn the other node of stuff on. I'm designing all of this with that in mind. It's designed, that's why I have the 5 things set up. I'm expecting to upgrade that, so it's in the plan. It's just I can't do it at the moment. The belts are all running top speed, so all I gotta do is upgrade. Actually, all I need to upgrade is that one, this number 3 belt. And actually that's all I need to upgrade, is upgrade that belt. But we're working on the math between the solution machine and the scrap machine. And I just realized the problem with this, but if we double this, disregard the output here for a minute, if we double these, we cut this down to 5 machines. That actually introduces a different problem with this feed, but we'll come back to that. And it really solves nothing, but crap. My ultimate problem here is I only have 10 sloops. I need 5 more to do it right. What I'm trying to do is, if you scroll back in the stream about half an hour, I switched over to another world for a minute to check on how I did it before. With some careful work, you can run the pair of machines. Actually, in that world, I did it 3 to 1. One fully overclocked and doubled solution machine was feeding 3 scrap machines in a way that got me neutral on water. So once it was started, I was system neutral in water. The output of that fed, the output of those 3 came back to feed this one exact, and the same with the solution. Out of this to that was exact. It was interesting to set up. It took me several hours to get it right, but once it started, I didn't need any outside water that had to be tamed, which is one of the problems with making aluminum in the first place, is getting all the water balanced. That's what I was trying to do here, and it's just not going to work. Not with, I'm not sure I could make it work. Oh boy, if I had enough sloops to do that. Oh good heavens, if I had enough sloops to do that. Egads. For balancing the water, well, with the 3 to 1, yes, but I don't have the sloops to do that, and it would yeesh. Well, let's see, how many sloops would I need to do that? Because if I did, because those were fully overclocked, so that would be this. So 300 bauxite for each machine. We have so that would be 4 machines here on this side. So that would be 8 sloops. And then on the other side, each of the machines had just 1. But that's 3 of these machines per each of those 4. So that's 8 there and another 12 for these. So that's, yeah, I need 10 more sloops. I'd have to go adventuring. But yeah, the 3 on the other setup, the 3 the the 3 scrap machines were underclocked such that the output how was that? That was 83. Like that is the numbers that the other system used. So for every one fully overclocked and hyped up solution machine, there were 3 like this. And so that gave 450 water to the 450 water here, which was the point of that system. And that's 1300, 1350 scrap out per each of 4 of each one of these, and in this case it'd be 4 of these. That's an unfreaking godly amount of scrap. I don't have the sloops to do that, and I'm not sure I want to. Well, what would it take? What would it take Okay, it'd be relatively easy to do this for 4 machines. Yeah, that's the problem on the other setup too. I'm not using all the scrap. Well, wait. I think on the other system I'm able to get all the scrap out. I think I'm far enough on the other one to get all the scrap out. I don't remember. That's a different world I haven't played in a long time. I think we quit playing that right after Fixmas last year. Both of us had, me and the other guy that were playing on it had changes to our life situations, and the world is saved for future use. But I think we were far enough that because I don't remember having to worry about the backing up of the scrap. But you make a good point though. I don't want to be backing these systems up either. So even if I can't do any kind of doubling, or at most I could, nope, not that. At most, I can't even do that. The most I can even just regular overclock would be 125 with current belts. Otherwise the system is going to back up. So that's good. That has to be my design limit for this whole system. If I can design it for upgrading later, but my physical design at this point has to be there. Thank you. I would have figured that out, but thank you for reminding me. So that gives us a good design point for figuring out how to do the rest of this. Okay, so if we go with that, if we make that our point, I got 150 water out of this machine. Uh, if you mean, I mean, I'm familiar with the function of the sloop, and I have a system set up for doubling my alien remains and my slugs. Is that what you refer to, or are you referring to something else? And to be clear, don't give me spoilers until I okay it. If you're referring to a bug, I'm interested. Really? Is this a bug or is this a little known feature in the game? I'm assuming it's a bug. I'm interested. Please tell. I may or may not use it, as I'm very picky about what kind of things I exploit like that, but I am very interested. Thank you. That is my kind of bug. I will have to play with that. Again, you may have noted I didn't go and do multiple duplications, but we now have the 20 sloops that we need to do this ungodly amount of stuff. Let's see. That is bananas. Yeah. Were you aware of the factory cart doubling thing that basically works exactly the same way? Throw stuff in the factory cart, and then pick up the factory cart, and you'd get twice as much back. Were you aware of that? It's gone now, but it was fixed last spring. But were you aware of that one? Yeah, it doesn't work anymore, but the world that well, you came on afterward, but the world that I went back into hour ago now, where I was checking on the other system I referred to, the 3-to-1. That world, we have crates full of sloops, spheres, tickets, which was pointless, and shards. We spent some hours playing with the factory cart. We have more artifacts than we could ever need. Anyways, back to work. So there, anyone watching the stream later, enjoy. Actually, I may very well edit the stream to cut that section out. Anyways, back to business. Okay, so our hard point is this. This is where we are. We can't even do a single a half doubling because it outdoes our things and our system will back up. So this is the absolute most we can do in any form. That is 300 a minute solution input. So how do we get 300 a minute solution output from any combination of this? We can do that. Or we can do O if we, and again, majors, I don't, please don't do any backseating or spoilers. I appreciate how you asked me, do you know about, do you want to know, that kind of thing. I appreciated that. Yeah, I want to build my way. I want to learn things my way as I get them. But I am open to tips and things like game mechanics I don't know and stuff like that. So appreciated. So what we're looking at is if I do this, right now I'm just thinking through what are my options and talking it out so you know what I'm thinking, so I'm not just sitting here staring at things and you wondering what I'm doing. And give me a moment. Heck yeah. At some point I'm going to have to take a break, maybe split the stream, start a new stream, and I may put a camera feed in the live cam feed in the corner. It has started to snow and we're supposed to get a lot of it. I suppose a lot of it depends on your perspective, but latest forecast says we're right on the edge of it right now, but we're supposed to get up to, the forecast is going up. It's up to 8 inches here now, but the kicker is up to 55-mile-an-hour winds. That is going to be absolutely bonkers. And up north, so I'm in Michigan. Up north, they're forecasting, last I looked, so northern lower Michigan is up to a foot. Upper Michigan, oh, they've come down. Parts of upper Michigan, maybe up to 2 feet. So it could, and that's today and tomorrow, so it could be an interesting couple of days. What I'm concerned about is, because of the time of the year and the conditions, it's going to be right around freezing. And that means as it transitions between the warm and cold, there's going to be stuff that freezes on the wires, and I am on the very end, literal very end of the power line. So Ontario, you're I can ever keep track of what's what. So you're gonna be like somewhere around Toronto kind of thing. I'm basically middle of lower peninsula. So the standard Michigan thing points at the middle of the palm of your hand is where I'm at. So yeah, you're very close to straight east of me then. Are you supposed to get any of this? Oh, this is a big, I'm zoomed out on radar. This is a big low pressure system, so this could be very interesting. Most of what I'm going to get here is going to be lake effect stuff. And it hasn't reached that yet. South of me is getting, looks like they're getting lots of it. It hasn't reached into me yet. Yeah, that's typical for both you and me. Forecast can't tell, it'll be one of the two. Okay, back to the game. Keep in mind in one place, or try. Seriously? Looks like they're already moving cars in the parking lot and the snow has just started. Are they kind of like getting having the cars move ahead of time? That'd be new. Okay. Oh, you got it warm. It's like 35, I think, ish here right now. What's this say? That was close. It's 34 here right now. Of course, I say that. It's 34 right here right now. The wind is starting to pick up, and I have my window open. And I'm in shorts and t-shirt. And I was out there in shorts and t-shirt earlier this morning. Yeah, I have literally not worn long pants. I've worn long pants like 3 times in the last 10 years. All year. I wear shorts and t-shirts all winter. And sandals. Granted, I don't go play on the snow that way, but I'm too old to go play in the snow anyways. But going from point A to point B, So we have 150 water out. What do we do to get... I used to be small. I used to be a beanpole, as we say. I am not a beanpole anymore. So if we go back to normal set, I still want 180 there. I can't do any more than 150 out here. Actually, I can. No, I can't. Yes, I can. No, I can't. Because if I do any more, if I do any doubling, anything else with the output, I go over that. So I can't outdo that. So this is the most water out I can get here. Oh, Okay, 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 okay. If I do... Why can't you sample it and put it in the same doggone orientation as I picked it up in? No, I'm not annoyed. Not at all. Don't mind me. I'm fine. If we do this at 75%. Yeah. That can be said about quite a few. I'm not going to call them bugs, but there's a number of UI things in the game that really need to be dealt with. One of these days I'll write them down as I encounter them. I'll probably need 2 notebooks to go cover them all. Okay, we want 180 water in. If I clock these down, I have 2 machines, 180 water. That is feeding 120 solution. Yeah, see, that doesn't do the solution. Ooh, but so we want 180, so 360 solution. We can do this. We can do this. If I leave this untouched, that's going to take 2. I don't want 2. The only way I can put just 1 in there is to drag just 1 in here. Sweet. Okay. So, 120 bauxite, 180 water. This setup gives us the 120 bauxite to every machine. This gives us 180 solution out of each machine. Each machine here wants 180 solution. Each machine here yeah, I know that. That's one of the UI issues because the way they have the UI for splitting it is annoying. 90 a minute each out. Oh crap. Okay, so that is okay. This is 1 to 1, but the water only feeds 1 machine, so I can't do that either. Yeah, we're going to have to import water. That's just all there is to it. Because everything resolves around our belt. There's still got to be a way to do that. Okay. We had... Okay, let's go back. The others were... Okay. Boom. Wait, I don't need to do this. I have my notebook right here. With the others, the way the others were set up, they were crapping 450 scrap each. So I was limited to the 450 belts. That's why I had the three scrap machines instead of just one. So they were holy crap, dude. We can do this. That'll be 1350 times 4. Of scrap. What is that? That's like 5,000 something. So how would I do this? I want to do it I don't want to do it quite like I had it in so it had, the other system had one of these fully overclocked. Which was putting out how does I doubt it, because the whole reason I was using the three scrap outputs is because to keep it down to the 450 output. So the configuration I had on the other system was this was there with this. So that was the configuration, and then there's three machines like this for each one fully overclocked one of these. So like this. So we'd have one of these shitting 600 solution into three of these that wanted 200 each. And then these would be doing 150 water each times 3, feeding back into one of these. That's how the other system is. And with what I'm looking at is how can I configure 3 of these. Yep, that part's doable. What I'm looking at, so we can do that. We have the sloops to do it. No, we don't. Yeah, we do, because we're only talking 4 machines here, so we're talking, yeah. But can I do it in 3 machines unslooped instead? Or with, that'd be more in sloops. We can get more if we have to, but I don't want to. Can I do it like, screw it. It all comes back to the same thing. We're getting this, it's not changing what we're getting out of these machines, no matter how we arrange it. So for simplicity, okay, this gets 450, or that gets 450. This is 150 water. See, that doesn't get me as much. That was gotta get all the digits in there. So we got 200, 100, 450, 150. 2, 1, 450, 150. So this wants more aluminum solution. The other way I get the same output with less, oh, we have the coal issue too, so we want to minimize coal. So we are definitely, ideally doing that. Actually, I can try something. We'll use the 300 method there. Do that with 1 sloop. That gives us our maximum output with minimum input. So now we want 200 solution. This gives us 180 solution. If we were to how much solution we want? 200. I can't because that messes up my bauxite input. If I do anything but straight, not that button, that scared the crap out of me. If I do anything but straight on these configurations, I have to completely redo this. Which, I mean, we can do. Okay. Our goal is for maximize our scrap output. Our goal is also, yeah, so we're not going to get that 450 scrap unless we do it with where I started, basically at 2-to-1 machines, which means or you do this. And that. That's 300 solution. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So we want 300 solution each. In this configuration. I can't do that with 2-to-1 or 1-to-1, no matter how I do it. Not and keep our bauxite balanced overall, even just reconfiguring using a different number of machines. However, 5 machines in this configuration. No, 5 machines in this configuration. Ooh. If I do this. Oh. Okay. So, in this configuration, we have 180 times 10. That's 3 times 600. Or 8 times 300. That'll be some piping fun. That's 8 times 450 out. And that's 150 water. We still need water input. But we keep this configuration. And we get not 2-to-1 giving 5 of these machines. We get 6 of these machines output. What do you think? We keep our solution here. We use one summer slip. We'll have to pipe the whole bunch to, nope, we'll pipe it in 2 sets of 5. Let's see. 600 for Mark II. Yeah, so the piping is going to be interesting. But doable. Dude. Okay. So let's see, these are going to have the ungodly amounts of silica out. So the pipes need to come out to here. Keep them as close in as possible. So pipes will go here. No. Okay. That is not what I wanted. No. Okay, now I gotta take a laser break. Be right back. Okay. Fluid exchange complete. So, we're gonna need definitely gonna need Mark II pipes in here. So we have get all these updated. Okay, so we have 180 solution coming out of each of these. We have split them here. We have 900 on each side. Doesn't matter whether I split it or not. We have, if we have 180 coming out, right? Then we have to split pipe here. Because here would be more than 600. Or wait a minute, we're at 300. We're at 600 pipes here. Okay. So 180. One, two, three. Okay, so only 3, and then we need a split. And that is, at this point, is how am I going to do this? At this point, we have 180 per minute. Here I have 360 a minute. Here I would have Here I would have 540 per minute. Now we want to tap off 6 times at 300 per minute. If I put a tap here, I mean, it doesn't matter where I put that, but if I put a tap there, then here I have 60 a minute. That means here I have $240 a minute. Here I would have $420 a minute. Or yeah, that's how we do it. Maybe if I could place things in the right place. So then we have 60 there. Out of 180. This would be 120. I appear to have found a dead spot on the power grid. Okay. Let's throw another random wire into the power grid here. Yeah, give it a couple hours, it'll turn into what? It'll turn white. How to do this? If I go one, two, no, three, four, doesn't get me six. How do I get six? I get six by doing that. That's not right either. But it'll work. 2, skip 1, 2, skip 1, 2, and skip 1, okay. It bugs my OCD badly. We can do that and that. There. That'll work. Or maybe better yet, that. That I like. Alright, so now let's see what the numbers look like. We have 180 there. We're going to do this. On both sides of every junction. is it now trying to turn every sign around? So that's another one of those UI bugs. It's crazy stupid, and there's absolutely nothing I can think of that, well, nothing I can think of that makes sense that would do that. Okay, so year 120. We're taking, this isn't gonna work. We're trying to pull 300 out of each of these. I don't have 300 yet at this point, even with both of them. That's okay. With 120 there. We have we would have to have working backwards. We need 180. Wait, are these are crapping 180, so it's not 120. Okay, so yes, we will definitely be using bells. $180. This would be 120. With the remaining 60 here. Yeah, yes and no. It's 2.5 machines into one. Not quite, but this is 60 left over from this one. That's going, wait a minute, this is 60 going that way. This is 120 going that way. Yes. This is 180 going that way. 120 going that way, 60 going this way. So this would still be the 60 going this way. This would be 180 going that way. Nope, that would be 180 plus 60. So 240 going that way. And 60 going this way. And 120 going that way. I hope you're checking my math. This would be 180 going this way. Oh, now that's terrifying. But it also makes sense. There. That works out then. Ah ha ha ha. Beautiful, beautiful. So this is back to 180 going that way. Which makes this 120 going that way. For which one? This is 180. We need 120 to make the 300. That'll come out of this pipe. That'll leave 60 from that pipe going this way, and still this way. Now we got another 180 added to that, making 240 going this way. To make 300, we're taking another 60 from this pipe, leaving 120 going that way, and then 180 from this pipe to make 300 there. Make sense? So 180 from the first pipe coming to this, 120 from the second pipe coming to this to make 300. The other 60 from that pipe will go this way. Along with 240 from this pipe coming this way to make 300 here, leaving 60 from that pipe going this way. This will still be 60 going that way, along with 240 from that pipe going that way, and something's wrong. Nope, that's right. Nope, that's wrong. Arrows are wrong. Try this again. We've got 180 from the first pipe going this way. We've got 120 from the second pipe going that way. The leftover 60 from that pipe going this way. We've got 240, which is from a combination of pipes going that way. That is 180. How did that happen over here? I mean, it's correct, but I don't remember having that here. I know why. 180, 120, 120, 60. 60 plus 180 is the 240. And that 60. Okay, so let's start from the end here. This is 180 going that way. This is 120 going that way. This will be 60 going that way, combined with, this will still be 60 going that way, combined with 180 from this will be 240 going this way, combined with 60 will make the 300 there, and the other 120 combining with the 180 for 300 there. Phew. That's enough to make goulash out of anybody's brain. Or maybe spaghetti. But it works, and it actually doesn't even need the high-end pipes. So in fact, I'm actually going to, no, I'm going to leave the pipes, even though they're not necessary. Now, oh, and I do not need valves. Once everything's powered up, the flow will be in one direction in any given section of pipe. So there's no, as long as everything stays balanced, there won't be any inappropriate movement between pipes. I was thinking about that, but there's not really any reason to. Leaving them at Mark II allows me to upgrade later. I mean, it doesn't really make any difference either way. I'm going to leave them. Having them too big isn't going to affect anything. As far as I know. Now this gives us our points as to where we're going to put these machines. Or does it? Well, it does. I just need to figure out exactly how far out from these pipes I need the next row of machines. No section of pipe at this point will be over 300 ever. Well, at least in theory. We may actually fill up the pipe, but the flows will still be in the indicated directions. If we have things balanced, how much fluid is actually ultimately in this pipe? I get what you're saying. I'll counter your point. Having it too big will act as a buffer. So if we do get actually up to the 600 in the pipe, that will, well, hopefully we don't. In fact, I will want to put a couple of buffers in here to have something I can flush during. It shouldn't. In the beginning, when everything is getting powered up, it will. And there's nothing you can do about that unless I put valves in every section. But once it's running, it shouldn't slosh. What I can do is in these sections where, like this, where it's all running there's no junction, I can put the valves in there. That will at least reduce the slosh. Or I could put, I don't think there's room to put a valve and a buffer. But I can put a valve. I mean, there's going to be sloshing even at the Mark III or Mark 1, because it's still got empty space. It's still going to be not full all the time. There's no way to avoid it. The only thing I can do is to put a valve here in the well, there's only that one section. I can cut this section out. It's not even needed. The only thing I can do is to put a valve here. Otherwise, things are just gonna slosh. That's all there is to it. I don't know what else I can do that'll do any even theoretical good. If I moved the output points to one side, I could put a valve on one side of them. I don't think there's room. No, there's not. Well, here, let's try one. Is there room to put? Yes. No. Yes. No. Doing 6, doing 300. Well, okay. There's 10 that are shitting 180. There'll be 6 that'll be pulling 300. So that's 1,800 fluid that'll be in this pipe total. Yes, at different points. Actually, it'll be 2 segments of 900. So 2 segments with 5 going into it, making 900. Each of those 2 segments will have three 300s coming out of it. But once everything's running, each segment of pipe is one directional flow. There'll be start-stop, but not back and forth. What little variance there is, there's absolutely nothing that can be done about it. Not unless we completely redesign this to be 3 machines into 1, period. Or 2 machines into 1, or what, however. There's no other way to do it. Is this ideal? No. If you have suggestion for how to do it, I'm open, but without completely redesigning from scratch or going inefficient and not going all the way to the 450 output on the output machines. This is the only way to get that 450 on those machines that I can think of. I am open to suggestions. And I understand what you're getting at. I do. As the machines start and stop, these will be putting stuff in at different times, and these are taking stuff out. That'll induce start-stop in these segments. That could induce a little bit of back and forth, which, because of whatever weirdness they're doing with the physics of liquid. Yes, the whole thing has to be balanced with no backup. Yes, absolutely. And that is itself one of the challenges with aluminum, both with the fluid and the solids. Aluminum is a pain in the buttski. And this is something that when I did it the first time, I was thrown into it with nothing but me and a calculator. And no prior knowledge of how it worked. It was, okay, we're ready to do aluminum. Have fun. Thank you. I think they went a little overboard on making the fluid physics real. I think they may have overcomplicated fluids. I mean, it does add a interesting challenge to the game. I don't fault that, but I think they may have gone a little bit much regarding things like the slop and whatever. Yeah, that thing. The gravity issue, great. I'm happy with that being there. The the sloshing, making it so the sloshing, the back and forth of water matters, or fluids matters. That just overcomplicates the game to me. Especially since there's it in yeah. I don't think you'll find anyone that's played the game that will say they enjoy having that as a factor. And then again, thinking of it, yeah, I'm sure there's somebody that enjoys having that. Okay. How far away are we putting these machines? Let's start with where the first one's going to be. It's going to be lined up there. We need one, two, 1, 2. And then the pipe. And so we have 1, 2, 1, 2, and so this wants to be right there. Okay. And we're set up here, yep. So copy that one. Line it up there, and then line it up down there. Now, actually, technically, now that I'm thinking about it, This will change my signs, my sign arrows a little bit, but won't change the sign values. But we do not need those extra junctions. There's going to be backup in the beginning, getting things going, which is why I mentioned maybe putting some buffers in there. But there shouldn't be any kind of backup after the fact. So this one is now going to go, yeah, both of these are now going to go. This one will go there, and this one will go down here on the end. So we got two in the middle, and then the others will be lined up with the existing ports. There. Now, what we have, and we could just kill these outer signs now. Nope, wait a minute. So now we have $180, $120 going in there, $60, $60 here. This is now see all the directions change, because this one is split like that. This one we get 180 plus, yeah, so this one is now $60 going that way, 60 going that way, because we moved where the point was. So now this one is 180 from that pipe plus 60 from either side. And this is 180 direct. And this is 120 from the one beside it. Correct. We didn't change any math, we just changed the direction of yes, 120, 60. This is now 60 this way. 60, 120, and that's 180, not going anywhere specific. There. Now, Okay, I think we have the pipe set. Calling my zeros weird. They were standard zeros. Okay. I don't want to mistakenly color the concrete. Would I be able to tell? No. I'd comment on that, but I'll be nice. It's holiday season, I'll be nice. I hope I put these far enough apart. Because we're going to have... Yeah, they're far enough apart. We're going to have... something or other coming out of here. Let's see, that'll be the silica coming out of there. And then we'll have coal coming into here. Okay. Why? I measured this out. Why is it longer on this side? It's not supposed to be. But looking at this, they kind of do have to be out there further to make room for those, so fine, whatever. That's just going to annoy me that, like, seriously annoy me. Like, really, really bad. I'm not sure which way you're telling me to go, but we're going this way, one. For two reasons. One, that gives me a space between these, so there's no question of whether they're cross-hooked or anything. And then we're going to put these. Oh, crap. Okay. You're right, one more. No sorry necessary. See, now all my number signs are in the way. But we don't need them anymore. We know everything is correct. Go up with what? The signs? What, to be over the... For what purpose? Oh. I mean, I know what you're suggesting, I'm just not sure why. Ah. The problem with elevating the pipe is it makes it... That's still not the middle. That's still not right. Yeah, it is. Just looked wrong because I didn't have the splitter on the other side. See, that looks very wrong. It's not, the pipe is not balanced between the machines for some reason. It's balanced between these. Here it looks the same distance between the machines. Oh, that's because I haven't moved all the other machines yet. You're slow, Major. Got to work on that. Yes, I know it's a matter of the timing. Maybe pipe would be better. And see, now we're doing it with Mark 1 simply because that's what I'm using. And one of these pipes needs to be pulled back off. Figure out which one in a minute. I seem to have forgotten to move a couple. Where's the first one not moved? Must have been just those two. Oh, come on. YouTube's not at fault for anything. How dare you suggest such a thing? So here's a question. Why do all of these have no thing, and all of these have displays? Whatever. All of these do, none of those do. Why? And this is not clean pipe. In fact, I don't think I even have clean pipe. I didn't use clean pipe. I don't think I even have the clean pipe unlocked. I don't like clean pipe. I like to have these displays. It seems completely random when they put that, whether they put that thing on the pipe or not. There's nothing different between these sides, but every one of these has it, and every one of these doesn't. There's no... I challenge anyone to explain that. It doesn't make sense. Okay, you go to there. And you go to there. You go to there. You go there. Good point. You go there. Nope. Let's see if it goes the other way. And if it does, it's going to annoy the real crap out of me. Nope. Interestingly, this one... See? That ain't right. That's a definitive bug. That display thing is colored separately, and the copy didn't copy. Yeah, exactly. Explain that. The only explanation, the only explanation is that these are clean pipe, even though they're not clean pipe. Something that I've seen recently, and I swear it's something introduced in a recent minor update, it has to be, is I've been seeing when I go and sample something, I've seen it on a number of things, but I'll go and sample that pipeline junction, and it'll pick up a pipe or a belt or something else. Go to my pipes build menu. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Logistics, pipes. I do not have clean pipes. They're not unlocked. I did not buy them out of the store because I don't use them. So now what happens if I sample this one that's got two colors? What if I sample this one? The only explanation here, considering that all of these have that thing and those don't, the only explanation is that it has something to do with map coordinates. That's the only possible explanation. Especially considering that, okay, we'll do that in a second. Especially considering that it sticks. Copying doesn't matter, and rebuilding whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we're going to go directly from the menu and not from the hotbar. And we're going to go pipeline 1. We're going to go pipeline 2. From the build menu, pipeline 2. Again, from the build menu, pipeline, doggone it, pipeline 2. It's repeatable. It has to be something to do with the map coordinates. There's no other explanation. None whatsoever. What weird pipe outline. Okay, so when I let up, there's a quick yeah, yes, I do see that. That's wait a minute, what the heck? Oh, that's still on this side. Okay, I'm like, wait a minute, is that one of those? No. Okay, now I'm going to pick from the hotbar. And still using the same one. What the what the heck? Customization already applied. It won't let me. I want to have Bits and or one of those guys take a look at this section of this video. See if they have any ideas. See? What the heck? And that one doesn't. And that one does. What the hell? What the hell? That's not a glitch. That's a bug. That's sorry. That's just plain a bug. The same issue? What the hell? Okay. Back to reality. Such as that is. Well, the thing is, this, I can't. This is on a full-time server. This is on a dedicated server. So I can't just save and reload. I can cycle the server, but that takes time and annoyance. Make sure these are pointing the right direction, that way. And we're going this way out with it, although yes. We'll figure out coal later, but that's the beginning of our coal bus. We'll have another one coming from, so this one is up there. There's another one over here up on the ridge. And we're gonna have to steal from our power plant over there. So there's this one that we've tapped. We're going to have to grab this one up there on the cliff, and then we're going to steal this one from my power plant, which currently this one is going to main base for steel. This one is going out, where is it? It's going up here for explosives. Yeah, the water, if there's plenty. I'm not worried about the water. It's getting enough coal. So we're going to take this coal, which currently goes up here for explosives. And we're going to steal it. And then this, which is currently going to main base over here for steel. It's going to right there for steel. We're going to take and split that between steel and explosives, neither of which are using a whole lot of it. So that'll be more than enough for that. Okay. Are we there yet? Yeah, right. It's... I turned the filter on. Try this again. Filter. There we go. Okay. We need, these are crapping 150 water. These need 180, so we need 30 per. So we need an extra 300 water. Okay. So that's, what, 2 of these, right? Only 3 of those. That's fine. Move, buddy. Take your friend with you. Oh. Okay. We've got... What the hell? What kind of party is this? What do I even want? Is this child safe? What kind of party is this? Was there 4? I only saw 3. But they have decided to move. I'm not even going to go look to see if they all moved to the same place. I have this weird suspicion that they did. I don't want to know. Do a whole series on the, we'll say, behavior of mysterious behavior of Mr. Bean. That as the video title? Okay. Video title, Mysterious Behavior of Mr. Bean. That'd get a viewer too. I see only one. I see only creatures with 4 legs, not 16. So either they despawned or they're doing very good at coordinating. Yeah, okay. Trying to play innocent over there. Not again. Yeah, oh. I don't know. I think we need to change the rating on this video. I mean, it's not kid rated, but I think that's been thoroughly determined at this point. Okay, how far out did I put these? Yep, spoiled their fun. I'm not entirely convinced that's what they were doing. I think it was something even further down that rabbit hole. suppose I should just put the pipe in here first. Nope, I don't want auto. I want noodle. Oh, come on. Now we'd customize all at once, maybe. Hopefully without screwing up the concrete. Okay. Now, this has got to be a bean fest or something. Go find your friends somewhere else. Apparently my gun is shooting blanks too. Why does that not surprise me? Last night, well, this whole series, every single time, it is just that much short. In fact, earlier in this stream, it was literally 1 meter or less short. Okay, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, why am I walking and flying? Okay, so we need to do a support. 1, 2, 3.5. Well, we'll just do this. Pipe. 1, 2, 3.5. And then where are we aligned? This way. These are going to need a valve, because once I get these all done, then we're going to come in, a couple water pumps over there, and tag thingies on them, somewhere probably down this line, put intersections on them, and then I'll have to put valves back here so that the flow only goes that way. Just this side of center. The pumps will limit the, well, we're going to have a the valves won't be to limit the flow. The valves will be to limit direction. The valves will be wide open. Is this in the right place? It is. And it is in the right place. The valves will be put back here, making sure the water is going that direction, so that the water coming from the source doesn't backwash into the output there. Theoretically, it wouldn't be necessary anyways, but where are we? We are one tick this side of the party line. 1, 2, 3.5. I believe that is there and there. I did not send for you, Mr. Bean. Just had a really, really bad thought for a mod. Really, really bad thought. I have a mod that changes the skin and puts Mr. Bean's face on those. I mean, if you thought the cats were bad. Okay. Are we playing this game again? Neither can I. I think they're far worse than the spiders. Far, far worse. And you haven't been I have done anything such that you would notice, but I'm playing in peaceful mode, and I still hate the cats. Yeah, if I think about it, I call them crickets. Because I think they look far more like crickets than they do like spiders. Yeah. They also move more like crickets. Well, there are jumping spiders, but yes. See, here we go again. We've got plain, and we've got not plain. I haven't given them a wall to climb on. But you're right, they're always on the ground, not on a side surface. I have seen them on heavy slopes, though. Okay. With those jumps, they don't need to. Now I need to figure out how to snap Oh, I definitely agree with you. Do you have any idea how to make pipe snap? These stupid pipe snapping. There. Okay, what random section of pipe shall I sample? And then we're going to no, I never put that in there. Okay, so valve going that way, and it should snap. Good. If I can remember to double click it. Okay, so putting you there, and then 6, valve, snap, 6, valve, snap, twice. Remove you. I couldn't move. Had my fingers on the wrong keys. All right. That should be all set. We need 300, which means we either need 2 overclocked, which I think is what I will do. We could put 1 there. Maybe I can squeeze 2 into this space. That'll work. I don't think the pipe will stretch far enough, but let's find out. Oh, of course not. Why ever would it actually be the right length? Oh, something's wrong. It fits. Something's badly, horribly wrong. That just looks weird. Really, really weird. But I will bet. No. horizontal. Look at that. 1 meter. 1 freaking meter. One freaking meter. Well, I'm awake now. That's scared the bananas out of me. Yeah, it's like that. Mm-hmm. You are going to go back where you were. And then down here. Somewhere in here. I'm going to take a bath. Yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm. Can't tell how tall it is. It is above the water, so we'll put it right there. Oh, you got the same frickin' and now we can put a pump on here. Yeah, screw you. We're putting it that way anyways. That'll get water into our pipes. Now, how much? 75. So we're going to have to do 2 belts. We're going to do 1 belt each direction, which means I'm going to need to turn these around. And I'm going to need Mark 4 belts. And these are going to need to be Mark 2. Mark 4 going the other way. Okay. And then coal. We need a total of too much. 150 times 6, that's 300 times 3. That's 3 belts. For these, I can't. I've only got 450 belts, and that's 2 times 300. That's 600. I've got to do 2 belts one way or another. And then the coal is going to be 3 belts. Those are going to come up like that. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Too close. I was afraid of that. So we're going to have to go back here. Like that. While I'm at it. There. And then down below, we will have now having done that, this coal here I'm trying to see if I can identify where my power plant is. I know what, let's go here and highlight marker. Also on the map, or on the, okay, so there's my power plant. So the coal is we can come through that junction right there, which is probably this, or is it this? It's this here. You can come down through there, yeah, so we're looking at this. We can come through there with the coal and then right into this, what appears to be a arch. Yep, right up through there. So we'll come in from the other end with that coal line actually, and that'll be this first one. So we can turn this one around. One, two. And we can get rid of the bottom belt here. Don't need any of these. Get rid of the bottom belt and hanger here. And then I'm going to call this stream here and take an hour or two break for some food and maybe a short nap. And we'll be back in 1 to 2 hours probably. It might take longer, but I'm going to try to be back in 1 to 2 hours. And we will continue working on aluminum. Thank you, Major, for coming along. A little bit of help, some interesting tips. Hope you come back this evening, and well, afternoon, whatever. And maybe we'll catch you later. And everyone else watching later, thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more videos. Have a good afternoon, and we'll catch you in a couple of hours.